Alright. Alright. We're doing it. This is it. The finale of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. So we're doing it. With the third part of the unspeakable of the third part of the trial. We're going to do both parts of the next trial of this trial, and we're gonna like it. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fights a lot of the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? You mean this? That's a photograph taken by Hurley's red-headed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Sure, you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Rio's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped down and went down the street to the 2-1 to Winbank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. Then I hounded Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking it lug with Winbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winbanks. I just had to know. Oh, thanks for the hospital boy. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark as you lock in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died. I did, and that's the thing I knew. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? Hound of the suffer or another. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. Thanks for the host, Cabal. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it. It's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Wow, yeah. That's a lot of spleens, more than usual. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick up in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arrived on the scene. Yes? What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglar convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got in a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out into the storeroom myself when... Oh boy. I heard a couple of shots go off, too, I think, almost at the same time. And then there was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door. I slammed it, shut and locked it as quick as you like, because you thought whoever shot Mr. Winnebeck might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cub's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. Before I got the better look at him, I knew. Winnebeck was a gunner. I felt funny miedo all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cub might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Cub was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like it was nothing. It was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leap out of Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Narado. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilda told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. So don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another kill off the hook, for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in the trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. No. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Inosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like Mickey Goaded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. I know you better than you think. We come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naraodo, I... Defendant General Lestrade and her legal representative! Court proceedings are about to resume! Please head into the courtroom immediately! Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Suzuta-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Alright. Let's do it. The final trial. I hereby call this court to order as resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Hello, Van Zyx, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case, heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord! The subpoena witness just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Alright. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena after such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of the London Society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon. Ashley Graydon, like communications officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presumed? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense of me having been there on the night in question. Correct. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties that here are present claim that my blood was shot at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem that we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Rianovsky Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So... What?! I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Give me a second, I need water. Water! Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services all the time. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... Objection! The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So it's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be a tricky. Oh boy. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Except by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? I mean, I would say that, like, the fact that you named yourself Benedict would be kind of weird because Benedict was a traitor, but he is not he's not exactly a traitor of the British Empire. The young lawyer there in the black. That this is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway? The British government. Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Where were you at around the time in the morning of the night in question, sir? That's past the hour which I would normally retire. But certainly, I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that? I have a maid who can account for that, of course. Listen carefully, my learned Japanese friend. For you appear to be under gross misapprehension of the point. This point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Hold it! Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. If Sholmes' chemical analysis has possibly identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different... Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assume all of Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say. Now, we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Excuse me. Huh? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What, me? No, not the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had enough to hear with this. How many times do I gotta tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Silky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. God blimey, Governor! You what? Is it not the case that Mr. Graydon just spoke a thought that went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? What, my thoughts? I don't have any of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest God, nothing. I was just thinking... If he weighs his arm out that much, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So what's up? Well, you know. I was worried for him, and... Oh, L's bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord... Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And for the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person likely hit the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. We have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. What privacy? As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with this pawnbrokery or this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved. Because we have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbeck's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well. Counsel? Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. We just exposed another thing. Hold it! Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. Objection! No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Is that right?
Mr. Gregson, do you have anything to add, Inspector? Yeah, come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Seriously? but you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something I don't. What's going on here? Quickly showed us the picture before, didn't he? You know, for the cameras that Hurley had sold in the Windebanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, in the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Yeah, exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Oh boy. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from the witness's lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Windebanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now it would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. You know what types of information could be lying? Well. Hold it! Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I don't know, I can't think of how to answer that. Once the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He's allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information networks. My work there is of paramount importance, and you've kept me from it long enough already. Okay. He has had nothing to do with the pawnbrokery. He says. Nothing to do with it at all, he says.
Objection.
Yeah, that's has. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Windebank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I reiterated numerous times, You are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. May skip your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb. Perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must! Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Alright. There's a note on the disc that's saying "Former Gilded," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, the filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded to at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Convincing, but... Did I hear correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Is that a crime? Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGill himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGill's disc, for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you observe, communications officers such as myself command a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So, you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse while on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there's a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met McGilded at a gentleman's club the other day and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question... It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. She didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Golden had threatened her to keep her mouth shut, which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of the danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection.
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course he would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day, prepared with all the information you need to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection.
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I'll continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I proceeded at once to the shopping in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
Hold it.
Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, and to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes, because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it.
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Do you have anything to say about that? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it did. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine! What is Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that! Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zykes? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Culprits like we have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know! Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw prints first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zykes here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Ms. Graydon, let's refer to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Hold it.
But perhaps you've seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh? A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been received by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop than last night, Then as I was saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of Mr. McGillis left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, let him have it. I'm dying to see what that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGillis slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Police were obviously after anything left behind by McGillis as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregson being very strange about all this, there must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. But now I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. The Hound of the Baskervilles. That's right, I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley forbidden me to publish it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps the problem with the title. Perhaps Mr. Shulman is a family friend of someone who has the name or something. Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. I'm very sure that Mr. Shulman is a friend of someone who... That Mr. Shulman is a friend of someone who has that name too. Oh, that's a lot of paper. Man, I just want to, like, look deeper into that. Wait a minute.
Objection.
Yeah, there's a box with... Because this was deposited with the banks on Magna Gildas instructed. You knew that. And you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection.
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. I think that's a valid objection. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection.
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilden had another trial article in pawn at Windibank's, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in the Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What has the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why else would I do such a thing? I need water again. Hiccups! Why would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. Therefore, there would be absolutely no reason for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. That is indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this green fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. You'd be more or less cryptic. Lord Van Zyke, I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from the Windenbeck's pawnbrokery. And the rest assured the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints of the court to court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-headed recorder again! As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, victim establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Rince Benwick received his customer, the other was set to capture the shelves which the article would place for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, the gilded small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. The victim certainly has a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This is one taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side would need to be cold. Dear me, that is starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explore the possibility that something has been taken in addition to the victim's life. The men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that they'd stolen stole a little box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. What if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same? I mean, could they just be exactly the same? Like, exact? What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Oh, frick. The thing is, I don't think there is a discrepancy. However much I look at these 2 prints, I just can't see that anything went missing. Yes, my lord, I can see nothing wrong with the photographic evidence put forward. Very well, in that case, the matter is settled. No, wait, Bruno. There's nothing out of place with these 2 prints, I'm sure of it. Iris. What about that trick we just learned? We should use that now. Really examine these 2 prints thoroughly. Alright, just Just uncross your eyes, please. I've finally become accustomed to the wide-eyed stare that so frequently occupies your countenance. But the crossing of your eyes is another matter entirely, and I'm afraid I must penalize you for it. Ah! This could be our chance to fight back. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Or no. Oh. Oh, I can actually review the scene. Okay, let's I'll try crossing my eyes and using the arrow, like the triangle, as like or the horse as a focus point. Hey, is that a statue of the Thinker in there? I think there's a statue of the Thinker in there. I really do not see any contradiction in there. If there was a clock in there, I could, like, we would definitely see it. There's really nothing. Nothing really seems out of place. And that's the problem. Wait, I have a thought. try something? What do you mean, counsel? I need to use a certain piece of evidence of the court record to identify it. Oh, okay. There it is. There it is.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Ooh! Yes! I got the bug at... You got the bug at last. Can't resist, can you? If you got cross-eyed compulsion, you got cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now let's look through the eyepiece. Oh! I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between the two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. You know, they kind of pointed out is the thing. I wonder if you can actually just, granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? The box was moved. A single area stands out being different. The location of the small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. I'm really curious about something. My game design brain is wanting to. I mean, now that you, like, it's so obvious now.
Take that!
And it ends up in the, and it ends up, like, ends up in the same, we end up in the same place. The single area sounds like being different. The small box. Wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGill's small box was not stolen from Miss Winterbank's on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Do you just think that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGill is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? The box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which made, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, Mr. McGill's box wasn't stolen then. But it doesn't change the fact that it was moved like that. Like that change things. It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How could that possibly be true? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider that what might have been inside that box. Or are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves of the window banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zykes. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while the evidence be brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zykt? This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Japanese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was an upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. Suppose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles in this upstanding member of society pawn were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept it, even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. How does those gold or jewels? Oh, goodness knows if what you got the pose discussed as a pawnbrokery, I'm certain of it. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. If it is incumbent in defense now to bolster its argument, to explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Van Zykt knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that Mr. McGilded deposited in the window banks. It's something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? What happens if I say leave it? Oh, Frank, I wanted to say whatever. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? Is it due with the various articles deposited at window banks by Mr. McGilded, my lord? Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It would prove that the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you're considered the implication of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zykt, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection... The court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the sit may step down until further notice. Bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Reno. Oh boy. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windenburg's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. Hi, Miracle. I mean, actually, that's actually kind of good. That's actually kind of good. Hey, how's it going? The omnibus case was intriguing to say the least, and now here we are all again, like the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Japanese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Oh, wow. Oh, sorry to hear that. Ow. Like, at least it wasn't a full-on sprain. Ouch. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight in the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a coat, under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted by of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean, I don't know what you mean. I already said all but I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you were willfully withheld test information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Come on, Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Reno now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded pawned articles in the extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, You will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth of commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it, then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zyke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Oh boy. We're putting in a wild card right here. Truth is that Blackmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the stops. That's when McGilden stopped the driver, some tin, to do a run to the pawn shop the roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have advocated an error in Miss McGilden's trial. It sounds very much to me that the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up one of the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? The McGilden fellow was rotten to the core, just like a pickpocket. To forget the lawyer from the east, they're all in on it together. You're wrong, a lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! I don't think so. I really expect you to believe that. He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free! Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop! Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGilden's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity that you just plunged yourself into, this may be well worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Line me, Mr. Naruto. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Now, I don't think we're trying to find any contradictions in her statement. More that we're trying to get him to react to something. So press everything. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilden was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I didn't say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the witness and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some sort. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It sounded like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise that someone keeling over on the floor. It was booming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah, that's what gave you away. When the Irishman dragged me out under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cub lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but Mr. Gilda picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cub with the knife in its belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? They told me not to say a word about it, about what I'd seen or heard to no one, about the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was, where I lived, and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed? Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapid noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cub with a knife in its guts. When they screamed, the diver put up the hawsers and the gilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified at the trial, I believe. Yep, a fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if my memory serves. Yep. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that. Mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps to end the excursion of the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was on the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Sykes. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking that coat and what in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's captain. Okay. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Threatened you? How exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scupper if I did exactly what he said, which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yes, yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was he told me I had to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Yoda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What Mr. McGilded had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the cops showed up. Okay, well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. She's really put her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once the trial is over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure if I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
Oh.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Wah! Blimey! You're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. Do you think I've got anything to talk about with a shady jet like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of another man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cub died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were the only going to be forfeited. Why should I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking it ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to keep possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of bread. He probably was gonna sell it. Eh? And you can't blame me. And you can't blame me for thinking ain't no crime. Hmm. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court inspection, sir. Oh boy. The box. The box is here. The mysterious little box deposited by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. And to be continued. Alright, that's the first part. Alrighty, then. Alright. I'll be right back for a little. I'm gonna be right back for. I'm gonna go for a little bit. Probably gonna use the bathroom real quick. And when I come back, we'll be finishing this game. Finishing the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. So, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's do this. Let's finish this up. One of the two games in this game. So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. Gigoda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winterbeck's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. It's a music box. It's a music box. It's a music box. This is no ordinary box, it seems. Well, although in truth I had an inkling what that might be the case. It would appear the box has a miniature music box movement. Okay, let's put the disc in. Then is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Let's play it! Let's play it! Come on! Come on! So, here we have the means to play back Mr. Beginner's disc, deposited with the bags that much at the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mr. Beginner's disc. It was a disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. Beginner? I believe the answer will become clear if you listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. But the court now listens to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord! Good grief, what's the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc they're unrelated to the case! No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
Gregson, what are you doing? This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property! Clearly, Scotland Yard had some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Urgh! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Huh? What? What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. It's Morse code. It has to be Morse code. Mr. Graydon. It's code of some sort. This is really priceless. After all of that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. I wouldn't. Oh my gosh, that I would shiver with fear. Are you ready to move on, counsel? No! 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 Yes! It's a clue! It's a freaking clue! It's a freaking clue! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. But I see how it can be any meaning whatsoever. It's modern art! It is new age music, my lord. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. I kind of want to see if someone could remix that like that sequence of notes is just into something. I don't know. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nepalese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? Bear, 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 bear. I have to. 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 I just have to. It could be an unusual genre of music that none of us are familiar with. I know it's not the answer, but I have to do it. Counsel, would you care to elaborate on that remark? Well, it could be a new style of music that's about to take the world by storm. For example, monosyllabic or monochrome music. Chromatic scale? One note scale? I don't know. Such monotonous nonsense could be played into no one's ear, surely. Oh, but I'd be surprised. Well said, my lord. And here's to my learned friend seeing that remark's true meaning. The music, or whatever you like to call it, has to be relevant somehow, which might actually be the point. Next time around. Like, it's not supposed to be music. It's a code of some sort. It has to be a code. It has to be due to that, like that foreign, like the leak of information, like leak of government information or something like that. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean that the sounds we're hearing are music. We're on it. No, do not. I'm going to I'll be discovering this on my own. Thank you, but yeah, thanks for asking it at first. That is appreciated. I'm on the right lines here. I must be making deductions based on how people reacted to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they're not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nepalese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind. Because if not, it would be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. That music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. And they've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno? I've just examined... Oh, wow. What the heck? Huh. Not sure what Nightbot was doing there, but... Huh. Sorry about that. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain it's not broken at all. Really? Yeah, maybe, I'll check out Nightbot later, and because it might have just reacted to the bunch of, let me just, well, it's probably not, it actually won't, it wouldn't, Like, maybe it for some reason reacted to the different, like, to the asterisks for some reason. I have no idea. I mean, I barely touched Nightbot that much, so So, anyway, really, this is, it made clear I can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, the music box isn't broken. It must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one Music box makes. It's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not music at all. But what the devil is it, Council? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, to a single answer. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend, presents proof now. Tangible proof of the latest wild speculation. Oh, cool. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get a fight back in this trial. Nah, and if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box are... It has to be. It has to be this. Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Parishes and Pericles hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down, Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice? Yes, it's a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secured lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever does it matter? You told the culprit before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Yes. You don't mean to say... Is that... That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Yes! I was right! I was right! I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be no one more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Oh boy. Order! Order, please! Order! What? This is high treason, Council! This is a capital punishment! Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd have expected you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must have surely been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I have had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign liar has been prattling away!
Objection!
Huh? Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded of the crime under scrutiny in this trial of the murder of the pawnbroker Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagellous offense for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So he's possibly gonna get 2 capital punishments for his crimes. If he's found guilty of them. Wait, what? Wait, what? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's not Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the 3 Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Yeah. American Communications Officer could possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. There's some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I'm no relation to that man. Look, all he done is break into the gaff with the other night, like what he told us to do. If we know what dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. I mean, like it's it's like the Joker being like it's like the Joker. He may be a criminal, but he's not he's still an American, or he's still he's not a traitor to his country, or something, or whatever. Just see Batman versus Captain or Cap. I think it was there was Batman and Captain America crossover at some point, and that's what I'm talking about. Mr. Skulkin, one Mr. O'Dougab. No, what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime that on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally, and moreover, you did. I mean, it is a comic book, so you're more likely to read it than see it. It's a comic book crossover. And you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. But I mean, basically the Joker, Joker and Black Skull or Red Skull would team up for a little bit, but then at some point the Joker betrays Red Skull after realizing that Red Skull is a Nazi. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with the Graydon here. We did, Gov. We did. Oh my gosh. Quieten down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter! Getting us mixed up in this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. Hey, what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, it has. I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Alrighty. Alright, Burb. Burb you later. A mere communications officer could possibly steal confidential government information.
Hold it!
So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? Like, what do you mean by that? Any important office government communications were handled by high-level officers by specialists. Government members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the minister. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operative. Stop. Currently in presence of Idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. Thanks, Juror 5. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator staff, so in the presence of Idol, stop. Well, your idol will appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut! She really should pick her idols more carefully. I have to tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. They aren't even Morse code. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. I look genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Like, come on! It's not that it's not like anyone who doesn't need to know it, who doesn't need to use it regularly, is expected to know it, right? Come on! I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Okay. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. And I learned it from Freddy Fish! For example, this is A, and this is B. Huh. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But this sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying the subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. There's something I haven't considered? We need to look at this. Let's look at this real quick. Ah! My throat tickles. Ah! See how the former Gilbert discs in the music box being deposited at window banks? It could be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then, the disc was designed to be played with in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor that you appear to have any meaning. This just doesn't make any sense. I wonder, if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. I mean, it has to be a transformer somehow, right? It's the mechanism that turns the bumps on the discs into sound, isn't it? Yes, it's the movement is all thanks to the cone with the teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the exact same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it's strange. A music box that only plays a single note. It's very specific. Like it has to be. There has to be something. What's this? Is it a button? Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Well, come on then. What are we waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here it goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play in the back at the same time. Now if Sholmes was here! If Sholmes was here, we'd be able to have that second disc! Like that disc he made. Like maybe like 2 copies of the same disc are needed. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of this box? Moving much like the other one. Come see, they're all the same length. So this movement is also only produced as a single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by the movement will be a different to the single tone we've already heard. Aha! Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. A music box can only play 2 notes. Okay. Oh, there's our evidence. Oh. Oh. Miracle. Thank you for the 420. Nice. 420. Yeah. Thank you. Got the. I really should be adding more. I should probably add more alerts to that at some point. That's literally the second one I've gotten. Second tip I've ever gotten. There's still a possibility that this music box was influential, instrumental in the leakage of government secrets. Actually, like. And it doesn't seem like he throws a message on this one. Yeah. That's the belief of this defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Lebanese friend? Repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Exactly. Yes, am I aware of that? Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Oh, just a donut. Just a little bit of donut. Let's see. How do you propose that this music loss would appear to only assume the phone could have Okay, well, let's open this up. Yeah, Krispy Kreme. So I think their s'more flavor ones kind of like have a tendency to go down the wrong hole at times. Look at that. There's another movement onto the underside. Set another disc to play on this side. Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you have two discs, they will both play back at the same time. So let's do that.
Got it!
Gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? So sorry about that. Craving for donuts is infectious, I swear. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box can be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. But wait a minute, a second disc? I mean, a disc of the same disc probably wouldn't work because it would just produce the same tone for each spot, probably, right? Unless they like reverse, like they're different speeds or something like that. Maybe, I don't know. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer. There's absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that the witness has pointed out he was not the one in the omnibus was the gilded 2 months ago striking the deal over the discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing to do with that! Do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe this cross-examination blah. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be pointed out somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. There's some low-class brickmaker making negotiate with Mr. Gilded. Anyway. Yeah.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. I mean, that's like OD. Like, I mean, RRR is like oh dear, so it's like it just popped at the brain. Like, oh dear, or like oh dear, oh my, or what, something like that. Like, Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. Poor guy, man. You got like, man. It seemed he lived in an artisan's quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Like, that is sad, man. Man. Like, how would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with the go to negotiate a deal. Yeah, it makes more sense that, like, Mason had to be a middleman, right? He had to be a middleman. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Aha! Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do.
Hold it!
And Luigi. Hello, Mario. like Mr. Graydon told us to do. You mean? That's it. Yeah. Who else, eh? Who else, eh? Silly me thought it was just pumping over natter after all them years, but the water and a doggy for us. Ash. Ash, eh? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all of them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Whoa, wait, what? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Just, you look at him now and his fancy whistle of food, and wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, it was from the poor part of town just like us. Is that so? But we always the leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Like, always came up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey! Ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? What? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi! The geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was asking. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to testimony. 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 Please, 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 please. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. God, those are the days. Like, I want to know more about this first. So, did you know nothing about this music box? We ain't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning to know nothing about it neither. Oh man, QuoteBot, why do you gotta, like, you said the same quote just a while ago. Come on. I know you only have 16 quotes, but come on. Well, 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was something like a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windibank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Cause that what he told us to do. It wasn't a plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into the Windibanks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers. Did it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. I'm sure I'm going to regret the asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Nah, just a little scheme we had going back to when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that one was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? I'm pretty sure it's the business name, but I want to know the business model first. I just let the business work anyway. Exactly. Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? You struck your empties outside your front door, it would leave them full again, right? So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We brought deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So did you live on the dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Nah, what we had going was simple once you had the idea. We just switched them over, see? Our customers empties with the full ones from anyone else who wasn't on our books. A duddle, right? So, like, Paperboy. The game. Like, you just throw windows, like, throw newspapers through their windows, just so they would, like, switch their paper coverage. Like, please stop bringing our windows! I think you meant to say a diddle. A diddle, and that's a crime. It was an armless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public is such a fashion. It is most certainly not armless, as you put it. Well, it was when we came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had in the book when we were growing up. Said anyone's gonna get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in. Oh, we all ragged him about it, didn't we? From it was soft in the head to even think about it. But look at him now. He's always gone and become a blatant communication officer, ain't it? I mean, if you threw him, but like, if you're just gonna switch him like he did, like they did, then yeah. Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. Bad. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in serious matter of national security. My ear just got clogged up. Although, blah. Excuse me. All this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It wouldn't explain much. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jenny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. Gilden. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seemed to be watertight as ever. Wait a minute, Milverton. Those two brothers... Those two be brothers? Milverton. Wait, you can hear my hair moving? That is... Like, I don't actually have a fan, but my hair is actually kind of, like, wavy right now. I actually had a haircut, so my hair is actually not able to get into a ponytail as easily as it was before. Yeah, I need to... I'm sure I'm gonna regret that scene, but you know what? I'm gonna get into a glass of water real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry about this. Sorry. I just feel ticklish. Or were you talking about my hair in my like my avatar's hair. Because, yeah, it seems to, because my hair seems to move on its own. It seems to have a brain of its own sometimes. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Grain involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs would do.
Hold it.
Enough of this. I thought clever clogs like you have worked it out all that. That is, hold it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't.
Objection.
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that only the mention of the name Milverton did you decided to interject? Because well, if it were the happiest of homes that we came from. Yeah, the old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, you see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I love it, but I also hate it. I love and hate that my face does that when I leave the chair. Like I just fun times. Yeah, that almost went bad. So that used to be your surname, did it? Yeah, it should. Like, it really should be the emote. Like, it really should. Of course not. It's all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? They're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena the records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, both testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. And could turn out to be extremely important. Oh wow, he's not even that much younger than me, or older than me. I'm not 27. Like I am a wee baboon compared to him. Well, no, I'm not actually. I'm so old. All of a sudden we have next is National Security. Okay, we're. Yeah. I'm like. I mean, in my D&D group, like I actually have a D&D group, and one of the characters is actually is nicknamed Ashley. Like what is short for Ash. So like, I mean, Ashley can't. I mean, it's very much like there are. I mean, Leslie is also was also a male name, like originally a male name before it became prominently female. But yeah, okay. No relation to the man. No relation to the man, you say? Mason Milverton.
Objection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. That means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, Counsel. Counsel? I have here the notes. Ah, frick. I have here the notes that my battery is running low. Ah. There you go. Alright. Alright, we're good. We good. We good. I just need to get my screen back up. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton. That's a quote. That's a quote. That's a quote, alright. That's a quote. I'll just contain that. And there you go. Oh, frick. I misspelled. My spelling is good. My spell is good. Add quote. There you go. Beautiful. Yeah. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it would really take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Ugh. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ugh. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it onto Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But the attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. Yeah. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Sculptor brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? Wait, we never knew nothing about that! A few allergies, but also, I think some of the donut went in the wrong hole in my throat. So, water, like I said, my throat has been ticklish for a little bit today, like while playing this. Conveniently enough, just, my throat started itching while, after I started playing this. On that night, Mr. Weatherbeck was killed. Oh my gosh. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! And he's breaking down. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ha! Yeah, it could. It could. I mean, you could also. I mean, you could do the command yourself. You could literally just the add quote command is literally literally anyone could do it. So, 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. Yeah. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And he got a trip. And he got a trip to the ambulance or surgery. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound in your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He got you now, me old China. You'll have to call it quits on and croak, I reckon. Hunting don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Oh boy. But that is all. I admit nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. And also, there's also the murder of, as God is my witness, I am sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Yeah. Nevertheless, the defense now established a crucial. Which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulker brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. I swear, if he decided to freaking I swear, if he decided to just say, oh yes, I shot myself. That would just be desperation to the max. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! Yes!
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. Do you know who I am? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? I mean, what thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, there, I may have witnessed the crucial moment, you donkey! Ow. You see? This makes me a key witness in the case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client! Ow. There. Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him! You... What? Oh, he is... Oh, boy. Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here? If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Yeah, he is desperate! And he is making a grave mistake here. Oh, I fully understand. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. He's gonna incriminate himself and perjurize and oh my goodness, there's gonna be a and I get the hiccups again. Graydon, oh my goodness. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splattered all over the wretched girl. Wait a minute. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! There is so many things wrong with this testimony! There is so many things wrong with this! You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Like, no one can buy, like, no one's buying this, right? No one is buying this! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. What the heck? What? Okay. I have no... Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be checking out Nightbot, like, and see if, like, and, like, check what the messages... Like, I think I could check the messages that are being deleted. Like, that are actually being deleted. Like, and see, like, and just... And then, like, fix them up. When I can. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? There was... Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. You couldn't have even seen it! Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. The thing is, it's not... Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. But you know, that would actually prove our point even more. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Yeah. And if they can't but although, the question is, can they distinguish whose blood it is? I guess they can't. Because, like, they know what they, like, they know, like, they'll even find out that there's blood there at all. But they won't know for certain, like, as much as we do, that was actually Mr. Mason's blood. But that's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. That's a stain from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGolded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Yeah. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Wait. You probably should... Overruled. Lord Van Zykes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we wait the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Okay, we need to... Oh, once they find that blood on that overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord! Your cross-examination. Yeah, of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Oh boy! All these ruffians were jostling with the broker. I was still near the entrance of the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Excuse me. Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Thank you for bless you. Ah, frick. Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. The Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when it suddenly appeared and flew at them. Ah! And when I sneeze, it makes my throat itchy again. Ugh. He already had a revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun! What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scamper. The pair of you standing upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you! Sorry, Gov. When Mr. Winterbank, ah! No, 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 back, 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 back. No, no, no.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Yeah, I've heard that happening, that you don't, that when you're shot, that when you're shot you don't really realize it at first until you notice it. Like especially if it's your first time being shot, you're like, oh. Okay. Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed on the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. I almost said bawling, as they were bawling. As it was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the counter and the wall behind you. So it would appear, when I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Bad idea! You kinda... Wow. Seriously? I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. You don't say! You know there's a reason why people have bullet wounds treated by doctors! Cause a bullet wound is very dangerous to just have untreated. You know? Did Mr. Windermere intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, oh now, I don't imagine he's ever even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scuppered through the door out back. At which point, when you did... Excuse me, gotta blow my nose. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. Yeah. Oh man, I just love that quote. I just love that. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, surprisingly, the storeroom doors is a solid job, made of stout wood. Yeah, but there's a small opening in it about the head height that lets you see what's what from outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And here's a close-up on my face! And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this people as well? No, not like Gov. Don't say nothing of the sort, Gruv. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulker brothers were there, but they did see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Well, counter blessings at that point. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and the young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed I was there. I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat, shitty bang bang the guy in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
That was bad. But, yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. A bullet that he already fired. And we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the stolen gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon. So clearly, there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Are you kidding me? We didn't even find another gun!
Objection!
But no other girl was found at the scene. Unless you're, like, calling yourself counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. Huh? At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. But then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Seriously? I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the people. I saw it clearly. You do realize that there's a bunch of witnesses and like Scotland Yard people would have noticed all that blood, right? Of course, the stains are invisible now with a coat being such a dark color. Okay, probably that. But still, like, if it was all over her, it would, like, someone would have gotten her skin, right? Come on. Like, of course, the stains are invisible color. What with the coat being on such a dark color? But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windermere blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Windermere, it's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilden stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that! But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Oh, bother. But you tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. And you decided not to share this gun?
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door. To where I was watching. Is this guy for real? Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why? But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried that just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun to the scene of the crime. So where is this third gun now? Please present it to us. Show it. Yes, it was yours truly. So you tampered with the evidence. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a bloomin' mumps. He thinks he's a bloomin' mumps sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Wait, what? Guys?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen, you can't fight here. This is a courtroom. Like, something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's very hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why are the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it! All the flaming people on the door! Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'll tell ya, this D's giving me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Yeah. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Frank! Examination. Explain yourself, officer. As a result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. on the accused overcoat. Ah, frack. Frack. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it appeared that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. No! End report. No! Objection! See? What did I tell you? Objection! No, the blonde on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited with Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my niece friend? Sorry. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a blind disgrace, treachery. That's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months older or not? Even a stethoscope couldn't help to answer that problem pop out. It can't be done! But we used Mr. Scholl's specially formulated... Mr. Scholl is a detective, not a chemist! Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I helped up Piroski to solving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? But the color has to matter! Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my testimony is the whole truth for the finish. No! How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. He's also covering his butt! My lord! Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as if this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one. Sir!
Guilty.
Frick!
Guilty. Guilty.
Frick!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Frick!
Guilty.
Ah! 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 Summation examination! It appears the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Ah! Ah! The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's any attempt you may bring at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it after I've come so far! How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such a low esteem. Huh? Who? What? Would you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It appears to be some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Sholmes! You magnificent bastard! I know that voice. Am I going mad? Yes! Yes! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Oh my gosh, yes! Yes! Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be, had it not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise, my apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zykes? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Haven't spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time! As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. Oh, you get changed. Nice. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you right now? Like you took you took 4 of your 5 minutes to change. Like, all right, I'm all wrong. What? Sorry, I've only just managed some of the strength to stand. Man, I have to judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even if that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. No! Sholmes! Sholmes, let's make this discussion as short as possible. Sholmes, seriously! How are you still alive? Hurley, this place is full of idiots! None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations, and then we took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I am here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present for Mrs. Sato's son. What could it be? It's the cat. It's a cat making door. It's a cat door making machine. It's a machine I made. Ah. It's. Look, I used this. It's Bravely's invention. What is that? I call it the cat flap-o-mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Ah! Well, wait a minute. How does this help us? I'm excited. What's Susie up to? Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Susato. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left the banks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of the contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Wait a minute. This? Sun used this cat Fleppo that night, but why? Okay. Okay. This is crazy. This is a crazy thought, but oh my gosh! Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I have so many thoughts in my mind going on right now. Your 5 minutes is over. We're off time already? Oh, hey! Hey, Sholmes! I'm grateful for you two affording us this brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. Oh boy. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? This is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Time to think! It's no good. I need time to think. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What of Mrs. Sato's gracious gesture? Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... This is not a time for inaction. This is a time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for you to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. I don't think that's what Curly means, Runo. Have you ever forgotten where we are in the trial? Aha! Because there's nothing more to add, I think we should proceed to the adjudication. Hold it! Wait, remember, the defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
One more thing. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
Just the same witness. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended! Yes! Yes! So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! Oh, I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity including the cross-examination. Oh boy. Counsel, you must choose one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Oh, no! Oh, frick! Mr. Sholmes! Oh no! Is he alright? Is the guy alright? Is he alright? He's alright, is he? To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well done, counsel. Are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Okay, and I won't waste this final chance that Susada-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume cross-examination. Oh boy. Oh. Oh. I'm so tempted to press the press button right now. I'm just so tempted. Ah! I really want. I'm not gonna do it now. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna throw away my chance to. Oh my gosh. Okay. When I showed the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom again. I have a thought. Okay. Okay. If only I remembered if there's a people or not, but this is right now, this is my thought right here. Just,
Objection!
Did I do it? Yes! 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 What on earth is that? It's such a contraption. Oh, this is my cat supplement, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. Meow. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves! But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case! Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's shop. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe the function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all! I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. But because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? How else could you have? Indeed. Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. I have to pee. Be right back. back. Sorry about that. But duty calls. Anyway, final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did. Oh my god. Wait, did that not work? Wait, did I not, like, hold on, let me check. Okay, I guess it is, like, right now it is only for mods or such. Okay, I'll definitely change that when I get the chance. Because I definitely mean that to be available for everyone, even viewers. Like, because right now it's only, like, it seems to be mod privileges right now. My bad. Anyway, my assistant made the people in the storeroom door, and until such a time she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Yeah. Like, no, I agree with you. No, that was great. That was great. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the people in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? It's the most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulker brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Explain yourself, counsel! The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the people in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy gore shooting the man in the back! However, at the time of the incident, that people did not yet exist in the door. I was wondering about why there's a people to begin with. Like, it never didn't really make any sense. But now it makes so much more sense now. Holy cow! I didn't even question it. Oh, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Yes! Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
You shut your face! None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me! I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! You usually expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Want a demonstration? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second! I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, bye, Kiwi, time for dinner! Kitty! Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey! I'm not done yet, don't worry! This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine! And there's no way you can prove that it was! No? But it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapoback creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Winterbanks are an exact match. Ah! Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. Ha! You just got dunked by a 10-year-old. Woo! And now it's my learned friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, Let us assume the people has dimensions that are perfect for the contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zykes? It's very simple, my lord. Right, lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof! And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. She's here, isn't she? She has to be here. She has to be here. She has to be here. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Sasada-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Windibank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Okay. 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 Proof that the people in the... Wait. Can we let's examine this. Whew! Those vicious teeth look like they can rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They are made of special alloy that I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can cut through any door. Holy cow! That is just so much. That is like that level of engineering is too dangerous. Dang it, man! And what are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. And no one is thinking this thing is trying to be dangerous. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flop event is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Why get high so adorable? There's something I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh. She is just... Oh my goodness. Oh, Iris. I mean... That's what you... Having... That way... I mean... Kitties or... I mean, cats are worth it. Cats are very much worth developing deadly weapons for. I was really hoping there would be like some way of like if there was like some kind of timer. Wait a minute! 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 Ha! 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 Ah!
Take that!
How did I not notice? How did I not notice? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. How did I not notice? Holy cow! Holy cow! I'm glad I kind of glad I didn't notice because that holy cow that really holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow, man! Holy cowboy! Holy jeez! Ah! My judicial assistant, Miss Sato Mikitoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photo record print, counsel? Yes, he noticed! This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. Hey, hey, hey! Hey, dude. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! It's really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description. Ah! Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claimed to have done. Because of the time when it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Order, order, order! I am satisfied with the defense's substantiated claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. That woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zykes? The events may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shut in the arm. It's true. That's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. I don't believe this. They're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Yes, he will. Like, he is not getting out of this. You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Is that right, Runo? That's really all he says. One lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Yeah, Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
He knew about the blood! He knew about the blood! This is a provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. I was just right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies of this witness's statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had a knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely... I'm going with my gut here. The bloodstains on the coat. Let's go! The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrange's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, the fact that... Oh my gosh. The fact that, now that we remove the peephole, he has lost all avenues of escape. That was literally his... he was anchoring on that. He was hinging on that never going away. And once that went away, he has nowhere to run. Oh my gosh! Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Meow. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave them the order to have officers working round the clock in shifts so we could get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Ugh!
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by someone... Gregson! Gregson! Like,
Objection!
Gregson, you... Like, stop right there, my learned friend. You realize I trust the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about this case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering our clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Oh boy, this is hard to say. Because man, I'm sorry about this, man.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Yeah, I know, right? I really, like, Gregson is great, but oh, man! Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. You suggest that until such a time he was summoned? Yes, my lord, until then it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage! Why would I be given away detail of our investigation for this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in a case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... First time these two laid eyes on each other was as proceedings resumed following the recess. It was in the middle of the trial! In the middle of cross-examination, actually. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Ooh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve the gilded music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! Yep. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. Yeah.
I was wondering whether that would come up. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. Little toe rag, you're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details of the life of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal? Counsel. I wonder if possible, in exchange for some details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Oh boy, I'm sorry, Gregson, sorry about this. I'm sure I not need to remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance? Malfeasance? Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear. Everyone is guilty of something in this trial. By jumping in with accusations is Ebony's student's speciality. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Okay, alright. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. You know, do you think it could be... Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Could it be the other disc? I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that the Inspector Gregson made with the witness? I'm thinking actually the music box.
Take that!
Yeah. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? What are you getting at, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other's top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial this music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus Begilden. A special music box designed to play two discs at once. It would seem very likely now that they encoded on the pair of discs that were in Begilden's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ugh! Oh my gosh. Order! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of Begilden down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it. It's mine. That's it. Mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to Begilden has been taken in as evidence now. How did he know? Scotland Yard already knew that at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus Begilden was involved in stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and to do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Holy cow, because you knew it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely, I wasn't sure about it myself. I realized it was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness! To aid and abet this man in getting false testimony! There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
Oh boy. If, and I stress, if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truths, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly... Yes! Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. So he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon his hand. Search them. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
Yes! The defense demands the inspector is searched at once! Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand ever since. My lord, please, order examination of his personal effects immediately! Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. It's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if I put up this matter on... If it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which he would now teeter, my learned student Fred. You've made a serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force, it's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Consul. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's... Okay. Here's the thing. Okay, I have two thoughts. One, I have two thoughts. One, the first being that he has it on his possession, but he thinks that it's hidden so well, like in his hat or in his chips. My other thought is that it's still in eggs and ingrained in his hands, like on his person. But which is it? Man. I'm going with my guts. Yes, the defense demands that Inspector Gregson is searched at once. Very well. Are you ready to proceed, Inspector? Be my guest, sir. Oh boy. Brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that the inspector had nothing unusual in his person at all. Just as I thought. What? Well, you heard Grexy before. He always invited the search. It was obvious that we wouldn't find anything. You're right. I thought maybe we would be like, maybe consider mentioning things like that before I monumentally put my foot in next time. Well, Gossel, what do you have to say for yourself now? Have you learned your lesson, or do you intend to embarrass more people in this courtroom? This is bad. You can check. Okay, I'm not gonna withdraw, but I'm going to search someone else. Yes, defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water nets this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please.
Objection.
No! The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect him and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly waits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord! If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you recommend us to search now? Now I just had another bad thought. I had another weird thought. You know how Herlock like used the caramel? What if he actually has the other disc? All of a sudden. But I have to go. Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. An event that demands that he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Uh-oh. Contraire. He doesn't have anything, does he? So brief body search was conducted by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual as a person. Oh my gosh! Am I really this bad at this? I am so bad at this! I think I'm like here. This is a bad. I just have okay. I have a serious answer, but I also have an answer that I'm curious about. Like I'm really curious about trying to see if there's actually, you know, any dialogue about it. I'm gonna load. My lord, the message is this person be searched at once. Good grief, what possible relation could exist between this person and the case, not counsel?
Objection!
No! You see, my Nipponese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. Defense counsel's aim is humiliation. Perhaps they will give him a taste of his own medicine. I was really hoping that they would be like, hey, Bruno, what's the big idea? What's the big idea? Come on! What happens if we don't find anything? I'll be in serious trouble here. No, my lord, the defense will withdraw its request. Pathetic. Sorry. One little threat and you abandon your beliefs, do you? I always had a suspicion that your samurai spirit would be no match for the chivalry of the Brits.
Objection.
In that case, I've changed my mind. The defense does demand the search, my lord. And in that case, counsel, I have no choice but to penalize your fickle mind. That went well. I have agreed with Gregson. You can't turn your back on what you believe. No, I suppose not. We clarify your position once for all, counsel. Yes, my lord. Search someone else Then skip forward. Okay.
Objection.
Okay. I have like 2 serious answers. Do I go with my the crazy one or one that's that? Screw it, I'm doing it.
Take that.
Okay, never mind. You know what? Forget.
Objection.
Okay, well. It would be these, like, okay, then it has to be on one of the brothers, then. I was thinking that maybe Herlock might have it, you know? That he might have sneaked a peek. But that would have probably made more... Okay.
Take that.
There we go! Oh, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Blimey! Me? Him? Very well, then. Bailiff? Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it.
Please, my lord! We got him! Scotland Yard, has to object to the search!
Objection.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Sykes! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Gah! Bailiff, carry out the search! Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! There, my lord. In the witness's pocket. Found this. Aha! Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. Did Gregson actually hide it? That's the second music box disc left behind by the Magus Begilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Oh my gosh. Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Go on, Bennett. Go on, Flippin' Babbitt! I swear I didn't know nothing about the disc! Honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? An alleged deal that was struck between through this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Grayson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But one particular moment in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. Oh my gosh! He put someone in he put Nash in a stranglehold. Like, he roughed him up. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Ash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. He actually hit him! Yeah, he did it all! Like, thought me noggin was going to fall clean off, I did! So he actually hit... Oh my gosh, that's clever! I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue! He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that, and he started shaking me. Sorry, I have to use the bathroom again. I'm so sorry. Like, I know it's late, but I have to... I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Why in blazes did you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Jolted it down my aerial, he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. Holy crap, they were putting in hints all over the place! That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wick, he hit it? And then he would have roughed it again to grab the disc. I'm afraid I failed to comprehend his motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Yeah, my orders were to recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and to do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, this information stolen comes from the confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him? To slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson? And you, Mr. Graydon? Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our instant visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed this to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that's all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fantasy. Have no idea what any of this is about. You... What?! Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when making your decisions. Justice? It's quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with your inspector. Yes, he is a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In Ceres, one becomes a good judge of character. But, even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
As a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Great and his highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. What the frick? Detective has really much trust in ice. More than this, I cannot say. I can't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson? To declare the decision now? Is Jeannie going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, that... Are they really just going to, like, sacrifice a young girl for the sake of justice? Like, if you can't even protect your own people, then how are you supposed to, like, if you can't even serve your, serve individual people, how are you supposed to serve the entire country? Either some proof that Grayson killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck the deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time that I impose the jurors to declare their final decisions. No? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Man, I thought this was over! A while ago. But let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Janina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? Ah! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh! Oh my gosh! I have no idea! Ah! Oh my gosh! But I can do this. I am not giving up. I am not giving up. I can do this. I can do this! Even in my frazzled state of mind, I can do this! Ah! Ah! I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well, I'm guessing that leaving it to the jury is a bad idea. Okay. Something that would something that could... Okay. What we need is something that can, some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. We need one of those two. Something that proves some proof that Graydon killed, or evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck the deal. But what do we even have? Like, I don't even have... I can't even think of... Oh my gosh. Okay, that's recent basic blood. Ugh. Leaked to foreign agencies. Yeah. Gregson, maybe? Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you will leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. Right, okay. Actually. Well, the music box?
Take that!
Is that Mr. Bigood's peculiar music box console? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps that would be a good time to listen to the sound produced from the music box again. Only this time with the second disc we just discovered, set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, console!
Hold it!
No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case! That's why!
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here! If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness! You're mad! You let the state secret information out in the public domain! You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Ben Sykes, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. No, I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense stance here and that of the prosecution has been made clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music box that is set in the operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Are you going to let it play? Or are you going to... Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it! Whatever you want! But for the love of God! Shut that bloomin' box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed at the recess, and we stood here on the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal. I told him details of the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed the details to facilitate the witness's perjury! I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank. You! Ha! Traitor! Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Holy cow. Holy cow. That's it then. It's all over. Oh. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born to poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long, for the little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Why? Isn't it obvious? No one wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me at the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're famed with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me a little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create the machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine judge you become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. The poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Back to my tools, would you? They're in the loft. Oh. That's how I had him to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two, and taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then a receipt on the second disc he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I told the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to be a part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealing with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Oh. Oh. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it! He had no idea what was actually on the discs I had asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched the British soil back then. So, did Graydon cause that fire then? I walked through that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you're the picture now. Having twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands to deliver the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Oh my gosh. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again... That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave a man of his a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him to a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. And a spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end for it. There's a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Yes, there was indeed no mention of this in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. Yeah, this is the first of 2 discs. The music box you need you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as I promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbeck's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article and deposit it there for you. There's no need to give it a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery be used quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Oh my gosh. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would have been in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbeck's that afternoon, 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrange written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar, anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion that the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbeck's to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secret was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering this fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I sold them gilded on the shelves of forfeited articles, and the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I've decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo ever realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Holy cow. And he could have gotten away with it too. That's a scary part. Everyone was so ready to just throw her away. Earlier you called McGilded a monster. A man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. But you became just a tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply, McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Holy cow. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Master Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. And you? And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing it in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Huh? Yeah. It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Carried up squadron. Standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push. The final call. The finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
We did it! We did it! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Yeah! Finally, Rudo, you managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top while we were there! Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world! Yes, we did it! Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter went to Meg's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. Begilda's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort! Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Megilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aww. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box discs contained the message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done. So, if I may say something on that point, is that it's a couple of sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? Well, what do you say, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much of that, the whole world seems to be covered in the dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secret, sunshine! This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me! I really want to know about that. I want to listen. I want to listen to that again. I want to figure that out. I want to know what that message was. Yeah, me lord. That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been very extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity, an appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing that I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born again Mrs. Strayed never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! That is all. Court is adjourned. uh, uh, huh? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far-sighted friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of a malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in this courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. The man you once knew? You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of some of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Don't tell me. Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for you that day if I must. Coming to know it as the Reaper Rebellion, my retirement from service 5 years ago, gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Wow. Holy cow, though. Holy cow, though. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Nada Uda. I believe you believed me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? You have to promise, properly. It's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, I get that. Yes, I think I understand that. After all, I had tasted it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and I paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you to do the right thing to do is the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Drying out now, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity! Yes, it's me all along! I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling! Mr. Sholmes! Yes! It was me all along, you see? This guy is high maintenance. I'd assume you'd take it back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again! Oh! I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, baby. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, so I've been having to fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold, not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in the trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest! Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial, it was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. And as exemplified with the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drill myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cubs like that folk try to rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose it's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the guilds. Like, I'm like the guilds of the world, well, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, hey, there you are, Hurley! How long have you been there? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there! Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made other fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't even notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you don't have really the weighty presence you think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch! Being scolded by a 10-year-old! Anyway, if such a shame, I was going to throw a party for Diddy tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge, Patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was again? Breaking and entering, taking the box, trying to stop what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But driving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so! Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them like me from the slums, something to make a difference for them. It's a wonderful idea, Jenny. And I'm sure you could do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am! Come with me to regain his once! Right, well, it looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Can you please smile? Although, yes? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I don't know what to say, so... Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strayed. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Jenny. Right. I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything. What you've done for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. So happy. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Curly? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was record level rainfall apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. You can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the sea is very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed right there or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train. Surely we couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Schultz! I rushed to the Victoria station earlier and made arrangements for our special express! If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner! And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't! A great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid down on the locomotive. Elementary! Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way! What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Let's go! Come on! We got there! Voice sigh. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's both must be about to leave now. Miss Sato, where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something. This is...
Hold it!
Hold it! Mrs. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruto, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how'd Gina's trial go? It It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you're about to throw into the sea, it was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me, how did you even come to have this, Susie? Oh, on the evening of the incident, Mrs. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. That came around again? Oh, that was so much fun, I stole Rudo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. The band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't know for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-a-bat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself at Mr. Winterbeck's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Lelia Naruto. Right! After Mr. Naruto left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Cheetah was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know. So he used the cat flap-a-bite to make the peephole in the door, as captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first important set points. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon, though naturally without proof it would be amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial back in McGilded. I thought about how he had to have manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark, sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbeck. Even though I was sure I would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. He does think of everything. But then, Why did you tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been sparred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrange's. Mr. Sato... The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using the peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Naruto, you saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mrs. Strange's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. The revelation of the music boxes just contains secret messages, Mr. Naruto. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration! Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh? It wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Huh? Oh, I just said Asuki. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asuki was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. What? She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius! I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. What? It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered it and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asuki? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please! Of course. What is going on? But what could this possibly mean? Whatever is in a long sequence supposedly in the dots and dashes, it made the color drain from Sada-san's face. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its simple communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. First is Kei Asuki. Kazuma Asuki. Why? Why is his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. Third is T. Gregson. Tobias Gregson. Gregson. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? His last name... What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. Unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? What's going on? It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the four names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that is the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. All for what? I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Rudo come from? Oh, well... no, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that. We just can't! This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder and I'm at the mouth of a very dark cave! I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. We have to, but we need to. Oh dear, the ship's going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. Sato, I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Sato, I had hoped to have always had you at my side to guard me and support me. Mr. Naruto. Please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. Promise? About your manuscript. Oh yes, how are the Baskervilles? Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruto. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. Yes, it's Furia. I was dragged out from the wardrobe, but still out of sleep. I remember you threw me halfway across the cabin with us and saw a tank down. You know very well what I'm talking about. About after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Sasato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
What? What the? Hey! Ah, yes, Mr. Naruto. Yes? Charles, I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Huh? I caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at station. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was. Was all your fault! I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word if you don't mind? Why, certainly. Any would you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Rude's words, and I just know the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
OBJECTION! It's over! It's over! In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting Detective Worth pays the pittance by comparison. Oh my gosh. We did it! I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. And when I'm busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid tea and coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Oh. Witness, your testimony is written with contradictions. Exactly. Rather than rare combine cards follow the rare sticks themselves. Well, I don't know, Sato. You call my son a liar. Witness says my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Having delivered the Russian dancer in Shanghai, laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give one high offspring refuge in my pocket! A man brings some kitten on board, and suddenly, he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair! Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Oh boy. The latest Rights magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote down, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Then he should put me to shame. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man, though. Visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Jody, my old jailbird. Must say, batting with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for this thing. Like, managing rather, like, the maid tech. Of the gossipy neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Wait, what? My Rolly is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's something I enjoy more than these days than hunting out the small change in the gutter. I better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, and their dropped half pennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Holy cow, though. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. Yeah, but Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always good on about all them cases about which Sholmes looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them. Ah. Oh my goodness. This game was just a holler and hoot. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. For regrets, please. Give over, bro. They're the as we used to know. We got time to play combat military exculpatory milk run, right? The 3 musket wassets. Milk in the neighborhood for all of its worth. All its worth. These past 6 months have been a punishment I will remember evermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I have realized that that's what life is all about. When I had a son, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Oh my gosh. This was a I. Oh, I'm so glad that I got a chance that this game finally came out in the West, or wherever we are, East, West. I don't know. Came over here in the Americas. I'm glad this game got localized. I am so glad that I got a chance to play this. Like, I never thought in a million years that I ever get a chance to play this. Like, ever play a legit copy of this game. But here I am, finishing the first game in front of an audience that I don't even know is there. But I'm playing it for myself mainly. And I'm glad that I'm recording this and that later on people can watch this. And then maybe I could watch this again sometime and remember all the silly times, honestly. Hi, Kazuma. It's just... I'll be honest. I actually watched most of this. I've actually watched like the English translation or an English translation of this like years ago, but I never watched the ending. I for some reason stopped like at the very last episode. I never finished it, and I don't know why. But honestly, this game I still feel like I was blind to it because even though I knew some of the twists and turns, I was still caught by surprise. Because there's still some things I just didn't know. Things that I just didn't know after finishing. It's crazy. Like, it's honestly, like, crazy to me that... It just... I really love this game. I loved everything about this. The story and how everything came together in the end. I just loved it from start to finish. And like all the twists, all the twists and turns, all these things that I just enjoyed. Just enjoyed like all these like major twists and turns that I didn't even see coming. Like there were so many things I just didn't see coming, despite actually watching like a fan subtitled version of this. I just I just oh, a blessed smile. Like, I mean, it's sure. As much as, like, some might, like, wish that he was still called Sherlock, the fact that we got this game in the end, despite being called Herlock Sholmes, is honestly pretty crazy and pretty sweet. Like, the fact we got this game at all is a miracle. And I am really happy with this. And we still have another game of this. There's 2 of these games. And we have 1 more to do. But this marks the end of a big chapter of my life. Tomorrow, I'm moving out of my house. Out of the house I've lived in for the last year. I'm going to be moving out And yeah. So next time, I don't know if I'll be able to. If I'm not sure if I'll. Well, I don't know if I'll be if I'll be able to stream it like at my new place. I don't know if I really don't know. Any special content? So it's really late on my side. Like it is 3:25 a.m. and I need to be up before 11 to finish packing up. Wait. Wait, what? 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 Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I love these new outfits, but I don't really want to go with them because they're kind of silly. Short episodes. Oh boy. Oh wait, that's the credits. Wait. What? They have the... There's an early version of the... Wow. Wow. I would love to hear the full versions of these if these ever got... Wow. Wow, this is cool! Wait, what? Huh. Okay, they actually give you warning. That's pretty cool. Portraits. Wow. Just, oh my goodness. And accolades. For being awarded the Great Ace Attorney, for being awarded all other accolades. Wait, there are debates about stepladders? Having dug around it, find every argument about shovels and spades. Thorlakian. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I don't think I can possibly raid someone right now. I have no ideas. Anyway, but if we ever, if next time we see each other, if we ever see each other again, I'll be playing The Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. So, I don't want to, this is not goodbye, but we'll see. Will I be able to stream consistently at my new place? Will I be able to stream at all? Who knows? But honestly, this last year, being able to stream here for you guys, it's honestly been a joy. Being able to play for people, and yeah, this isn't goodbye. Someday, whether it's tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, or next year, we'll see. But we will see each other again. Just stick around, and one day I will be back. So, on this somber mood and this mood of mood of having to go to bed right now. Have a good night. God bless each and every one of you, and I'll see you next time.